Hello.
At dog breath. Hello.
Dog breath. It's
Oh.
at.
Oh.
What?
I'm looking at a player that's 3352.
That's pretty
Sorry.
crazy.
Their name is Suncatcher with 2 dots over it. And their player, or whatever, you know, their in-game, whatever it is. Anyway, it's at Dog Breath 777.
Olivia, how you doing? Dog.
But I've never seen a, 3352 is probably the highest I think I've seen.
I just got a notification that said, Gold Road added to chapters. Oh boy, I'm gonna play it right now. I can't. But I didn't know that we got the, I didn't know that we got the mountain pup already. I did not know that was a thing.
I don't
Well,
have
did you
a mountain.
did you pre-buy it?
I did.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you pre-bought it
I
already.
have pre-ordered. It actually took me longer than most of the time because I was so busy. But Wokenstone Ruins. Okay. All
Anyway, we're gonna need to do fungal.
Oh.
How many? Yeah, it's one of the endeavors we need
It's
to
a
do.
daily is to do a group dungeon.
Well.
So how many bosses have you done?
I can manage to do bosses like even if this was like Sunday night, I could probably finish myself. But we do have to do a boss for tickets. It's not necessary to do a boss for tickets, but it's just better to do it. Jacob and I last night did a dungeon together. He's really curious about doing the DLCs that he's never done before. It took us a while to queue because, you know, we were 2 people. If he's interested right now, we could...
No, he's not gonna play right. He eats.
Fridays
Fridays are off.
It's a burger!
Or not.
God, for God's sakes, it's just like one.
Yeah, he wants to do it tomorrow. That's he mentioned.
Well, fine,
Saturday.
we'll do it tomorrow when it doesn't matter, I guess.
Oh.
Because
Okay.
it's an endeavor today.
Alright, well, yeah.
I guess we have to do it's fungal boring.
Hi.
Well, we could do any group
Yeah, we
dungeon.
can do a new dungeon.
It just says
Well, I have
group
that on
dungeon.
recording now.
It's just that, you know.
Well, okay. Not any. Hey, you. Why aren't you eating?
See? Help, Jacob, help!
I think someone else is in the kitchen.
Help us.
People in the kitchens. Alright. So let's do something. Quick. How about Fungal Grotto 2?
No, it'll have to be 1. If we're gonna have to be, if you want to be quick, it'll have to be 1.
Well,
Nothing else is quick.
Okay.
Port to me.
Well,
You're
we
in the
also,
wrong
we also
instance.
have endeavors, right?
That's what we're talking about, yeah.
I mean, we have stuff to do for events. I mean,
Yeah, you have to port to me.
because I have 3 tickets right now. If I get 2 more tickets today, I can go get the 3rd piece for my Molog Ball image thing, whatever. I could get that today.
Let's see here. Hold on, give me a second. We're gonna pick up a boss. I'm kind of hoping that we get the Dwemer one, but there's a boss that you can get that I'm trying to avoid because it's broken and it'll take us forever. The collecting the extras, like the prisoners, takes about half an hour, and I don't know if it was fixed or not, but I noticed that people in the chat were saying, "Where are those prisoners?" And so therefore I'm thinking, yeah, It's broken, and I'm gonna try to avoid it. So. Like a my pretty Aelid wolf. I'm gonna have all three of us go down here, because if I don't get the one that I want to get, then I'm gonna have to ask you guys to pick it up.
I'll wait out here.
Okay.
A beast called
I
Zondanaz.
got Zendadunaz. Dad, what'd you get?
Elder shamans and sisters and arcane corruption spreading through the hills.
That's what we
The
did
force
last
of
night.
Rothgar.
Where's Mom?
Where do we go?
Over here.
Where we are. Tank Mala, I mean, Tank.
Market.
Sorry, try more words.
Investigate the machines and take care of this thing he discovered.
Okay,
Nishala.
that's good. Drummer, nice. Yeah, we'll take that one. Thank you.
Why do I always forget? I thought it's J. It's not
J-
J. What is it?
J pulls up your quests, and then F is to share
J
what you
pulls
see.
up quests. J. Then pick.
Sorry, it wasn't picked, so that's why it's throwing me.
Now, Jacob encountered a problem that I don't like. I don't understand why they made that change where if you pick up a quest, it's not your assigned quest. You know what I'm talking about? Like if you're on a new character and you just pick up a quest, it won't be on your assigned. So you'll like have another quest set.
Praise Vivek. You
Anyway,
were there to stop Alexander
it,
Should we talk to this person?
capturing the
You don't
Coral
have to.
Heart.
If you want to, you can. If I recall correctly, he was on an expedition and he was the only one that got out alive. This thing tore his team to pieces. So yeah, I did a dungeon with Jacob, which was really fun. We did
Yeah,
a layer
sounded
of marsh
fun.
lock, so... What?
Sound like you were having fun.
Yep. We ain't talking about like a base game, this is a DLC, one that he's never done before. And, we didn't really struggle at all. But there was a part at the beginning where Jacob picked up the quest, and then proceeded to walk straight out the door and leave the dungeon, because he doesn't have assigned quests set as your main quest. So he picked up the quest and he thought that it was telling him to leave. And so he just went out the door because he was like, I'm supposed to go this way. No, wait, actually, follow me. And so he left and the two other people were just still going and he's like, oh no. Because we were with strangers. But we caught up. I was just like, sorry. Ugh. I don't know why they changed that. I found it a pretty annoying change. Whatever quest you pick up should be your main quest. It should be immediately be centered. It's like, it's what you... Investigating strange mechanism. Anyway, I think I figured out what they meant when they were talking about unspoiled Aelid ruins, because I'm a little bit confused about what they're going to do. Because as...
It's gonna look more like what the cities used to look like.
Well, wouldn't that be spoiled, though? Because it means that it's like you already know, right?
No, I think unspoiled to me means it's not a ruin. It's like
Oh, I think
it's intact.
I think what
It's
they
kinda,
mean by
that's how I
maybe,
understood it.
Maybe. I thought what they meant by unspoiled would be more, because I don't know. Like when I think of an Ayleid ruin, it still seems pretty intact. They seem pretty clean for the most part. I think that they mean that because this area was in Oblivion from 2006, everyone's like, well, I know this ruin. I've been in here 1,000 times, right? It's spoiled. So they say they'll be unspoiled, but it's like, so I'm guessing they mean...
No.
Yeah, because why would you want to buy a game where it's like, I already bought it, right? I already own it. Like, why would I play ESO and go to... I'm just gonna think of a random ruin. We're gonna call... I actually don't know if we have Nordlhorst. Let's go to Nordlhorst. It's like... But it's like, I already have that. And I don't know. The ones that they showed in the gameplay, completely different. Like, the aesthetics and everything were so, and they even said, like, we're going to be showing different sides of the Ayleids that you've never seen before, and I'm like, well, how is that possible? We've been in these ruins before, and they didn't look like that. ESO doesn't get things 100% the same, because they want it to be a bit different, but they made a point of it. They told people with their mouths, and I'm like, okay, that's weird. What does that mean? So, I'm thinking that that they might have like Ayleid ruins that appear out of nowhere, like that weird forest they were talking about. They said a forest showed up out of nowhere overnight, and so did a bunch of ruins, right? So I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe like when Athelia was remembered, a bunch of stuff that had to do with her also showed back up, right?
Is this the boss?
Yeah, we have to wait.
Yeah.
So like, what if I wrote a book about Athelia and then someone found it and they'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. It would probably go away because she doesn't exist. But now that she exists again, the book comes back. In this case, it's not a book; it's a bunch of cities. Just thinking.
Okay, so again, the cities would be completely intact as if they had never been destroyed. So they would look like they did then. That's what unspoiled means to me.
I guess technically, considering that they look pretty clean, I guess. Wait, is that Moondragon over there? This guy? Yeah, it is. This guy's the best tank in the world. I've done a bunch of dungeons with him. And he's on this tank too. We're in luck.
Wow, the best tank in the world.
In my opinion. Over the course of years and years, I've ended up dealing with them.
Hey, mister. I have your autograph.
No doubt he doesn't remember me. Someone like me.
What? The greatest healer in all the world?
I don't know, like, when people say I'm a good healer, I don't know, man, because, like, I don't even use any class skills that have to do with healing. Everything that I do that's healing is, like, Undaunted, Psijic, it's, like, Restoration Staff. I don't know. If people knew my build, they'd laugh at me. Not because I didn't start out wanting to be a healer. I was like, you know, I didn't even know that we were all going to be playing together. I was just like, I like this because of lightning. Lightning's cool. And so then I was like, okay, well now that I'm kind of stuck. So the only sorcerer ability I even use is my lightning dash.
I wish they would let you use more than one adornment.
Yeah.
Or facial hair. It's like these horns are considered facial hair.
What other
but now
facial hair
I
you
can't
want?
have my eyelashes because I have the stupid horns.
I think the horns are more
horns are a
noticeable.
lot more prominent than
Yeah.
the eyelashes.
Not to me.
Oh.
It's like I'm missing my mascara.
What do you do? Stare at yourself?
I do stare at myself.
Oh my.
I like my puppy.
Should we do a hand-pan trio, or is it probably too late now?
It's probably too late. I can imagine the boss will probably... Maybe when the boss is dead, we're like over its body.
So which one's your tank friend?
Well, he's not. I just know of him. He's it's like... It's that guy. Arby's manager over there. This guy says, quest share, please.
Ooh, what's his name?
Arby's manager, right in front of the big ice.
Okay.
You're walking right in front.
Oh,
That one right there. He looks like a skull. Oh my gosh, hold on. I'm sorry about this. I had to invite a random guy. He wanted the quest. Anyway, the boss hasn't shown up yet. The boss will show up after a few waves. It's this big bulky guy with that beam that's like heading towards him. He's the most tanky looking tank in the world. Okay, wait for it, and you can see like there's a punch mark in the ice because the boss keeps punching the ice and trying to get out. He's punching more, and he's free! They don't do bosses like they did back in the day. Rothgar was special. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. This guy is so fragile.
okay, he's getting my ultimate.
You won't last long. I can loot. I can't believe it. Ignore that. that won't hurt. It's just dramatic having everything explode around you. Alright, and good, he left. I didn't have to worry about him sticking around.
He said thank you for the group share, and boop.
Yeah. Okay.
I gotta get one more, right? Mechanisms or whatever.
Oh. So we do. Okay. Now I didn't notice how crazy good the Steam deal is for the collector's edition. If you want to buy the collector's edition of Gold Road, it's like $60 for every single chapter and base game.
Aid me!
Seriously, $60 for every single chapter and base game. That's a good way
I
to
want a
start.
refund.
$60.
I mean, like this is including Gold Road when it comes out.
Oh.
So it should be free for us because we've probably invested at least that much.
Well, we get Zone DLCs for free, but we aren't getting a Zone DLC this year. I think they're like happy that they don't have to do Zone DLCs because they can focus more on bug fixes, and also they're probably, they're aware that there's only so much space. So like having a zone a year is probably what they prefer to do now. So I looked on the website to see if there was any more information that they didn't say on the stream, because that happened last year with Necrom. And I did find some. I found that the world events, at least, they might change the world events because they did last year with the name. But currently the name on the website is Mirror More Incursions. And so that's related to the Mirror Daedra. And so those would be the world events. They don't sound like they're anything too terribly different from, like, Dolmens or something. Which is going to be kind of nice because I'm kind of, you know, Bastion Mimics were like 4 people only and you had to be in a group and it was good, but it was like, I kind of want to return to norm. But I'm sure it'll be different in some way. And then the trial, which they also didn't talk about, which I don't know why, but I guess they were just wanting to talk about it later. But the trial, I don't know where they're going to put it, but I guess it's going to be somewhere in the zone. But it's called the Lucent Citadel, and a Lucent is like a Daedric crystal that contains special Daedric energy. They introduced them back in 2021, so I don't know what the story's going to be about, but they said it's a Daedric vault or something, and they showed a cool picture. But yeah, they didn't talk about that. That lady's name is Mistress of Sisters. I think they might assume that Sisters is spelled Sistress. I'm not gonna tell them. I used to say Sistress because that's what it looked like, and then they confirmed that it was called Sisters. The lore master himself, when we asked him in our Discord.
Yes, I remember that.
And I was like, thank goodness, because Sistress sounds so weird to say. Sisters make sense for a group of islands because it's a group. It's like 3 sisters. I think it was way better. I got 2 style pages.
Wow.
Yeah. Ew. I got Malakath helmets and Ancient Orc axes. I'm gonna take the Ancient Orc axes. So, does anyone want Malakath helmets?
I like helmets.
Okay, but do you have it?
I have to look. I like cats.
That's not good enough. I need to know if you have that.
What's it under? Outfits?
Yeah.
What's it called? MAL?
Yeah.
I had Malakath hat. I got it.
I don't have. Is it MAL?
MAL.
Okay, I have Meridian hat and Primal hat. Meridian helmet, Primal helmet, Meridian helm, Primal helm.
Okay, well, I guess I keep it. No, okay. I don't have Meridian stuff. Where'd you get the Meridian stuff? Oh, that's weird. Okay. Lucky. All right then.
Well, he said he didn't have it.
Yeah, so I'm giving it to him.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like, oh.
No, I turned to him and I said, "All right then," and then I was handing it to him. I just kind of walk off. Whatever.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right. Okay, those were our tickets. There's also a world boss that goes onto my list. Only dungeon bosses counted. Alright, I will port to Fungo Grotto.
Whoopee.
I guess it's been long enough. Okay, I'm there.
Okay.
A lot of people have a lot to say about how this new Daedric Prince looks.
Really? Didn't look any
It's either
different.
she's so hot I do whatever she wants, or
Oh.
she doesn't look scary at all. I can't believe this.
I didn't really get a close up. I can't make a judgment.
Well,
She was kind of at a distance.
I could just, I don't know. I'm sure I could find pictures. You throw a rocket at the Twitter right now and you hit a picture of Ophelia because everyone's like, whoa! Personally, I feel like, I like the Daedric Princes that don't really look scary. Oh crap, I forgot to put a timer. Whatever, let's go.
Are there other lady ones?
Yeah,
Or am I thinking? Oh, okay.
they just go by
forgot.
Prince because that's just what they call them. But
Yeah, I know, but I was trying to think of if there was another female one that I couldn't.
yeah, like Meridia, you know.
Oh, Meridia. Okay.
And Nocturnal.
Sorry. That's stupid.
Namira. Yeah.
So many.
Vermina. They just kind of, I mean, like, technically they're, you know, gods. It's kind of a mortal concept, but they choose how they appear. I think that what they want to do with Ophelia probably is maybe they want to make her an interesting character where she doesn't look evil. Because, I mean, like, the thing is that technically she was put away and it doesn't sound like she even did anything. It's that she could do something, right? It's like 1984. I've never read 1984, it's a meme. Anyways. It sounds like she never actually did anything and that she was put away because she was technically volatile. It's like, oh, something could happen, right? That's why her Miss Mora was like, she's got to be put away. So they might want to paint her as a more like, you know, tragic villain, and having her look like a monster would probably wouldn't work that way. So they probably want her to look. She just kind of looks like a hooded figure, to be honest. Another odd Meridia contrast or similarity. I noticed a lot of similarities with Meridia. Even her name, Ophelia, Meridia. I don't know. There's a lot of weird crossover that I don't know if it should be ignored or not. But we don't know nothing about her. You install wood plank flooring into snug pod. The Bosmer would think you're a crazy lady. Yes, absolutely. Unless it was imported. A lot of people forget about that. Bosmer like imported stuff. They find it okay. Alright, Boss. If anyone here has a taunt, that was nice. Ow. Oh, there you go. You got your sword and board. Perfect. Good. Another great thing about taunting is that it means that if you use your ultimate or something, the boss isn't going to move out of it. Block, nice. Good block. It's all about controlling what the boss does, at least to the most of your ability. Another good block. Nice. And down, sweet. Nice. Though, puncture, like your puncture taunt, that is, that's good for 14 seconds. You can go ahead and just, I don't know, maybe 15 seconds. I got cheese.
Oh. Overdid the stabby stab.
Yeah, so you just have to stab like every 14 or so seconds, you know, and so that way you don't have to like use stamina on it.
Get the chest, dear.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh, you just ran on. You missed the chest.
I was opening a Jez.
Oh.
Yep.
Do you not?
Oh.
Oh, hey, I got an achievement, Ledgerman Skill Master. Whoa. What? Okay.
Probably because you opened the chest.
Yeah, I just wasn't
think
expecting that.
That by now.
Yeah. She's- I surprised myself. Oh.
Oh, like I was up and I fell down.
It's okay.
Yeah, by the time I get up there, you guys. What the?
Don't overdo it. Don't. If you overdo it, then you'll miss it every time. All right, the boss will break taunt and he'll run away when he needs to dig into the ground.
When he starts digging into the ground for the little crabbies, that's when I like to use my crossbow on them. Yeah, see.
Is there a way to break him out of that?
No, I think that's the thing that he needs to do.
I just shoot at the crabs and kill them. I don't know if they give him any energy or not.
But there he goes again. Yeah, he's taunted when he does that, so you just can't break him out of it.
No, but I can at least shoot at the crabs.
Ugh. And time.
Got my dungeon.
Well, I'd say like 6 minutes. It was 11:59 like when we started. It's
By the
11:05.
ebony blade, this is it.
I'd
What's
say
our
like
average?
We found the
5 or
shrine.
6 minutes. I would say about average for the three of us. That's called a speed run. Except it wasn't much of a speed run because I did stop for a chest, but whatever. Drake's dead. Okay. Let's see here. Recharge one weapon enchantment. Easy. In fact, I need to do that right now. I did 2. Capture one town in Cyrodiil. Seriously, who would do that over like the other ones? So do you know the effect to look for when someone's about to do a heavy attack on you? What's the effect?
Well, I mean, it's like when I blocked.
Yeah. But but the thing is though, like for that guy, he was like, you know, raising his
I know,
sword.
I wasn't noticing it as much.
So you just gotta look for like a yellow.
I know, I got knocked.
It's like yellow rays, and if you see like it's kind of like if you ever notice red rays where someone's interruptible, it'll look like that, but it'll be yellow. And that means that they see you, they're about to do a heavy attack on you. You block when you see the yellow stuff. So it's like the chieftain was really easy. Well, it was relatively easy because he kind of like lets you know he's going to do it by physically pulling the sword over his head, but you won't have that all the time. So, just for other times. But you did good with the blocking. I guess we could probably just do more world bosses. Get more tickets. And I'm not even at 10, so yeah, I wouldn't mind the help. Oh, would you look at that? We're right in the exact area for it. Okay. Alright. I got Xanadu though, and then Dad got... You know what? Listen, Dad, could you pick up yours?
The one back in here.
Yeah. I feel like we could do mine, but I think it's like a last resort. Yeah.
Isn't the mood over? Can't we have a room now?
Alright, I marked the way shrine. We're gonna be doing the one with the corruption again. Oh wow, I've got like skulls on the back of mine. Whoa. He's got like skulls on the back of his armor. Huh. And leaves come off of it. Anyway, I got the deluxe version, so like I don't remember which. I think the mount comes with the deluxe version. So there's like pre-order.
Oh.
And there's pre-order deluxe.
So what's the mount? What you're using? The wolf?
Yeah, the... Let me see what they call it. It's under canines. The Welkenstone Ruins Wolf. Named Fellroot.
Doesn't look much different than... It doesn't look any different.
From what wolf? I don't have a wolf like
so
this.
he's got a bunch of armor.
It's got alien armor.
Yeah.
And he has a different. I guess it's the armor on the nose makes him
Yeah.
look like a bird.
Like a beak.
Beak.
Yeah. That's because aliens like their birds. They have a lot of associations with birds.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I think about that.
And same thing with Altmer, you notice a lot of eagle vibes
Oh wait,
with
I have
griffins.
This must be a hang on. This must be a survey I have because it's all lit up here. I've got all the pieces, parts.
All right. I say let's go right for the boss when you're done with that. We'll do the corruptions after because we don't. Ow! What the? Ow! Who hit me? Ow! Oh.
Okay.
Alright, let's go inside. What's the entrance to this place? Dang it. Entrance. Come on. Everyone's going this way.
Yeah.
Follow the crowd.
Everybody's wrong because they're looking at you going,
Yeah.
oh, he's going this way.
Ah, looks like it's again. I wonder if he's gonna manage to transform.
Oh, where is he?
I don't think I
right
got
here.
anything in.
Hey here, not yet.
There we go. Oh, okay, good.
Where? I'm not getting it.
Hit just something. Don't stress.
Is it over?
Not yet.
No, wait, there's more. Okay.
It comes in waves. Several waves.
I haven't got a shot in yet.
We'll start shooting.
You have no love for my kind, I have none for yours. Come, let us complete the ritual.
Oh wow, he just ran over here. He went down way faster.
Oh, that was, yeah.
Yeah. Way faster.
Well, I can. Was he the abomination?
He was indeed.
Because I was able to loot.
Yeah, me too.
Wow. Yeah, I was able to loot too. You're so impressive today. Okay. We have to go and do the boring part now and get the corruption.
Oh!
Oh my goodness.
Do you
Hey.
know this guy next to you?
Do I? No. I
No,
don't
he
think
was
so.
just standing there. Okay.
If we could train Jacob to be a great DPS, and then have you on tank, and then we keep trading, we'll get you your die. This guy.
I kind of prefer my other tank. I prefer my other tank. I'm not a fan of the sword taunt.
You prefer to do a staff taunt?
What is it she has? What does she do? I forget. It's been so long.
There's like inner fire. There's a frost staff
She's-
taunt. Oh, that's
Oh,
annoying.
a lot of people.
Oh, that is very annoying. It
What?
goes away for everyone. I see.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Ah, Hrothgar. Early. Sorry. I felt bad. I can't seem to get this one. Oh. One more and we're good. Nice. Good job.
And there's another one, but I can't get it.
Nope.
Okay, I need to see where you guys are. You're off this way. Or Mom's over this way. Oh, you guys
What
at the
you
way
talking about?
shrine. You're at the
We're
way
headed back
shrine.
to turn our thing in.
Yeah, I don't know where to go.
Should be on the map.
Oh, there it is. You forget my map's pretty heavily populated.
Surely you can turn that
Maybe
off.
that's the drawback to
Yes,
what
you
you're
can.
doing.
I can turn it off. But then, like, when I'm running through the world, I'm going like, I don't know what I've got, what I don't got if I have it turned off.
I think
Turn
you
it
have a
off.
problem.
If I turn it off, it's like I need to get everything.
I love listening to butterflies. I see them around sometimes. This Argonian, you can't miss them. Green.
Oh yeah.
I see them around.
You have done.
I gave Ursox some more bread.
Nice.
Oh shh.
I'm gonna stay here unless they stop serving this bread. I wonder what the next dungeon's gonna be. I mean, like, it almost feels like both of them, because both the new dungeons that we're getting almost seem Hrothgar inspired. Like, the Maelstrom Arena is here in Hrothgar, the entrance is, and a dungeon is in there. And then the other one is Malakath themed, and you know, that's Orcish, obviously. I wonder if they did that because of the anniversary or something. I don't know. Ooh, this lady's cool. She's got a wizard vibe. Wizards! I'm gonna pick this one.
The king's business.
This is okay, this will be the last one. And it won't go as bad as last time, because people are actually in the zone.
Hang on a minute, I'm in the middle of sorting.
Alright, I'll just go there and you can port.
Well, I haven't
Save
picked
time.
it up yet.
I'll share when you're ready.
Oh, it's still on. Okay, I just accepted it.
Nice.
And then you're porting there?
I'm gonna way shrine there, you'll just port to me.
Okay.
I didn't get a share.
Sharing. I just shared again.
Did you get it, dear?
There's just one thing, right?
Yeah. Just one.
The
Heresy of
heresy
ignorance.
Yes.
Yep. I'm there. It looks like people right now are gathering to do the boss. I'm looking at the chat. We could really have lucked out here.
Yeah, okay, I need to find out what direction thou art in. There you are. Okay.
The chest piece that I use is the Trinimax chest piece, I think. It's got like the wings on it.
Oh yeah.
Which does tie to like Aldmeri stuff, which is why it kind of has a more angelic bird-like vibe. This person needs a res, but they have already been. Someone's trying already. Anyway, you remember this one at all? We did it kind of recently.
Yes.
It
One of
should
your
go
favorites.
faster. Yeah, this is my
dramatic.
This is my favorite here. Look at that guy. He's also a wizard. In fact, I know him, I think. Pretty sure we did. Pretty sure. It's been forever, though. I think he's in the UESP. Yeah, he is. UESP member. I wonder if he'll even get a chance to laugh. I like his laugh.
Blood! Taste the blood, mate!
Okay, it's a little dramatic. There he is. And there he goes. Poor guy. I mean, he was already here. He's like just dead 2 or 3 times.
It didn't get to laugh.
Didn't get to laugh. It's rough if you're Xandadunas. The
We're
hard
just starting
part
to
is-
pile up there.
Yeah. The obelisk is the hard part. I think we can find all 3 in the circle, though, because we did last time. But getting down was a hassle. If only I had Featherfall. Oh boy. Yeah, hold on. Ow. That is scary. Like, really scary.
Huh? Whee!
What? He's just like, huh? And this...
I wanted to get an achievement of the Rothgard cliff jump.
Ow. Oh, neat. Did you? Cool.
Yep.
I already got that a while ago, no doubt. We'll see what we can find here. I found one. Come on, come on.
Found one what? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. We're supposed to be looking at the obelisks.
Yeah. Here's the second one.
There's over here somewhere, I think, is more.
We only need one more, so if you find one...
It's right here. Yep.
Perfect, we can go back. Awesome. It's so easy to get around in ESO compared to some other MMOs where like they demand you travel for 5 hours. Alright. I'm there.
Your bed. Go to bed.
The garrison's safe now, but there'll soon be another fight. Another way to raise a...
We turned this one upstairs. I got Malakath axes, nice. Let's see if I have that at all. Goodness gracious.
Oh, I got Bristleback Hunter Guard style
You
page.
keep getting the Bristleback pages, I'm getting nothing. Well, I'm getting, like, Malakath pages, I guess, but... This one I don't have, or it didn't until now.
It is so weird standing here and then hearing clink and clanks as glasses and stuff of people around you. It's like,
It's nice.
what now?
Now, that's probably it.
Yeah, I think we're about done.
Ooh. That's some good battle axes. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I definitely see like new boss styles showing up this year. We'll see what they do, but I see like styles and delves and Side quests. My pet description even talks about the forest thing that came out of nowhere. Hmm.
Alright.
I like this guy's armor. Oop. There we go.
Alright, I'm gonna go.
Okay.
See you tomorrow.
See ya.
Alright. Bye.
Bye.
Alright. Well, thank you. Had a good time.
Same.
See you tomorrow.
See ya.
Love you.
Love
Have a
you
good
too.
night.
Night.
Bye.
Bye. I am going to post the pictures of Athelia in the Discord, or our group Discord, because Mom was like, I don't know what she looks like. Okay, let's see here. No. Let's see, anything else? Wow, there sure is a lot. There's like a lot of searches for Athelia for some reason. Let's see if I can find anything else. Nothing clear. Oh, here's a good pick on the USP. I lost it. Goodness, hold on. It's cool that we have pictures now. I didn't even think about that. She doesn't wear shoes. I just noticed that. That's all. Just She doesn't wear shoes. At least not in the trailer. What can we deduce from this? I don't know. Ah, man, I forgot to do this. Wait, no, I didn't turn this in. I just kind of... that's right. I might as well do that. Okay. So I had Sky ask me what I thought about Athelia, and I wrote like a huge long thing about it. I didn't even realize how much I was writing, and I was doing it at work from my phone. I was like, goodness gracious, I wrote like an essay. And then I had a friend say like, oh god, don't go to the I think it was Jacobos on Twitter. He said don't go to the Elder Scrolls Reddit. I posted a GIF and I was like, you must never go there, Simba. I mean, seriously, like, I've heard people maybe, like, people who believe that there's, like, a... Oh, my inventory's full. You know, there's, like, a set number of Daedric Princes and stuff like that, and, you know, they think, like, it's all, like, a hard and fast rule that they just don't want to move away from. So when that hard and fast rule is challenged, because it's an assumption, they go, oh my god. They're making up lore. It doesn't even make any sense anymore. It's like, what? It's like, how can you make sense of it, you know, even now? The true knowledge about Daedric Princes is that we don't know shit. I mean, we've got records, we've got, like, legends that overlap and tell us potentially what could be the truth, but, like, if you act like you know everything about Daedra, you're not a scholar at that point. You're arrogant. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more Daedric Princes. Like, what if there's one that just doesn't even, like, that's, like, also undetectable? I don't even know. So it's not terribly odd. I think they kind of eased the fandom into the idea of Athelia, which is kind of a good idea. But they started to ease the idea of various Daedric Princes that we're not aware of when Fargrave released, because Fargrave was about like, it's about, oh, are these Daedric Princes that all died? Because it's like, oh, we don't know if there could be other Daedric Princes out there, you know. So yeah, they kind of planted that little seed in people's minds. And it paid off, I think. But here's the deal. People who don't play ESO, a lot of Elder Scrolls fans, they are hearing about this for the first time. A lot of them just had no idea until yesterday, because now it's like a big thing that like a lot of articles are talking about and everything. Because they're making a big deal about it, and everyone kind of feels like, you know, the secret's out, we can talk about it now. Oh my god, no. Dang it. That's not bound, though. No, I don't want to steal.
So many strangers of late. I suppose.
Pause it. Let's deposit. Oh my god. Honestly... people can have the jewelry writs. I can't do them. It's taking up a lot of space in my inventory. Guys, and these are taking up most of the space too. Oh man. It's gonna be one of those days. Alright. Then I guess we're going to Mournhold, and this guy is gone. I like this character. There's not too much going on. Consistent aesthetic. the blue in the gem on her nose works with the blue on her clothes, and also the gold aesthetic works with her gauntlets and her weapon. I wish I could keep the name and also get rid of my UI. Anyway, so like, I don't know what the Elder Scrolls response was when Jiggalag came out. At that point, you know, Elder Scrolls was kind of in its like, in its Return of the Jedi phase. So I think people probably handled it at least okay. Wait, did I not finish? What? Wait. Oh, I don't deliver it to him. I deliver it to, the lady in Eastmarch, don't I? Oh my god. That's gonna be irritating. So yeah, so I wrote a long piece about what I feel like Athilia, how I feel about the character. I think it also really all depends on how they want to handle Athelia's history. Do they want to commit to, like, we're gonna actually talk about her past, or we're just gonna go, who knows, no one knows. But I do like the writing. I feel like a Daedric Prince with the ability to like choose how things go, not given the opportunity to choose how her life goes, is good writing. She's probably very upset about that. To be honest, I don't even know if she knows who she is at this point. She seemed kind of clueless when it was like the video of her like wandering around Skingrad. She seemed a little clueless, but also if you look very carefully, you can see that when she's walking around,
but she needs to concentrate on her work. She's been a little too preoccupied with that dark elf gnome.
Who?
If you know what I mean.
Get out of my head! What the heck? She's like, the voice line stuck around. If you look at the cinematic, you can see that when Athalia is walking in front of the chapel of Julianos, that there is a vine, like a plant vine or something, that's like creeping around a pillar and grabbing onto it. I don't know if it's like a glass mirror vine or something else, but I'm pretty sure it was a plant vine, but I could be wrong. So that pretty much just confirms that this forest has something to do with her. I mean, it's kind of obvious, I suppose. So yeah, I'm sticking with my theory of ESO essentially adding a bunch of Aelid runes that we don't know about,
Much more rustic.
by having them come out of nowhere. Do you guys remember? Ah man, this is okay. Hold on, flashback, like flashback. Wait, hold on. This was like a couple. No, my God, this was like 3 years ago. Less than 3 years ago, because this was during the release of Blackwood. Probably like close to the end of the year. So it's like, this was probably like November 21 or something. But there was a glitch where these alien ruins came out of nowhere.
Forbid it, young lady.
They
No daughter
they
of
started to
mine is
appear
going
on the
be haunted
roads.
by a Nord stable.
One was like somewhere around here.
Mother, but I'm
No,
bored.
here.
There hasn't been anyone to flirt with except Arama since we.
And then the other one was around here. They weren't supposed to be there. They came out of nowhere, and I was like, I gave them names in Alien Dune, and they were around for a little bit. They didn't have collision. So I gave them names, I took pictures, I made posts. It was funny, because it's like one of these alien ruins coming out of nowhere. If that's actually like what happens this year, that's insane. It's like the lore version of what happened a few years ago. Dang it, where am I supposed to put these? Oh, okay, that's much better. Much better. But I do think like I think that it's at least it would be a cool way to have alien ruins that have to do with Athelia, you know, but also not break the lore by going, why didn't we find these before? Because they went away with her, you know? Because that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about, like, are there things related to Athelia that for some reason, like, no one's uncovered, but, like, we're just now uncovering them? It's like, but why, though? I don't know. I already have that. I probably already have, like, everything. So it's like, what if Torvasar never even, like, awakened Athelia, right? And someone was digging and found that alien city, and they found all the mirrors and stuff, and they're like, oh, what's this? This has to do with the, you know, mysterious missing prince or something. That would be like the odds of that not happening would be very small. So, if they have them appear out of nowhere, it kind of seems like a cop-out, but it's at least explainable. And it, it really opens up just so much. It opens up, like, so many different places to experience in a zone that you already know about. And I'm guessing that pretty much would confirm that, Athelia probably gets put away again, because those things have to vanish again by the time of Oblivion, at least I'm gonna assume. So, I've heard a lot of people complain about Athelia because they're like, wait, what's going on with Athelia? Like, we don't know about her by the time of Skyrim and Oblivion, and she seems kind of important, so, like, what's even going on? And I'm like, guys, like, what? Do I need to spell it out for you? I think it's a little bit obvious that, like, she was forgotten at one point, and she's probably going to have to be forgotten again, you know? That's probably just gonna be what happens. And maybe that's kind of weird for, like, the player. Maybe, again, maybe they could do a thing where it's like, oh, the Vestige knows, but no one else knows, or something, so that the player doesn't feel that unimmersed. They could do that. But... wait, why only 4? Oh, it's a nickel. Hold on. Do you sell nickel?
Hello, friend. Don't you love the smell of freshly cut wood? That's the smell of unlimited possibilities. We sell the finest products in the land, but quality will cost you. So I hope you've a full purse.
Okay, so I need nickel. In fact, I'm just gonna... I'm sorry, I keep, like, falling short of nickel, and it's annoying me. It says I can get a drop, but I think I've already got all the drops. Tom Baker is 90 years old today. Wow. Sorry, I'm scrolling a little bit. Sorry, just answering questions. All right. So I won't be doing a USP stream tomorrow.
Tread lightly.
I'll be doing one probably a week from now. Yeah, next Saturday. Though it does seem crap. It does seem pretty. It seems like it would be a good idea to do one now, but it's like I feel like anyone that watches the USP stream probably watched the reveal stream, or at least is aware of it. I could go over it a week from now. That's not too terribly long. It's just over a week late. I'm not surprised by any of these. I feel pretty... man, it sounds dumb to say I'm confident in a theory. Because I've been confident in a lot of theories lately that have all mostly been proven wrong. I mean, like, was Skindrod really even a theory? It seemed pretty obvious. Skindrod, I think, was even data mined. So it's like, eh. But, I do feel kind of confident in my... Like, if the forest comes out of nowhere, then so does the ruins. The ruins also come out of nowhere. And, like, entire cities that reappear. Maybe the forest... Maybe there's, like, Ayleid ruins that are under the forest, right? Maybe, like, that's where all of these things are. Like, it's not... Maybe it's, like, it's exclusively in the forest, maybe. I was kind of thinking it could be, like, various other places. Like, it could be all over the place. There's no way I'm out of nickel already. How the heck... How the heck? How the heck? What?
The trees always tell a tale, provided you have the skill and patience to listen.
Don't you just cut them down? Oh, she doesn't sell it. That's what he does.
Hello, friend. Don't you...
I cannot believe I ran out. What the heck? It hurts, but I'm gonna go to 100 here. Boom. There, let's see if I run out of this. Ugh. Hey, nice. Cool. I didn't actually expect that. We're making some progress.
Just at the Sober Nord enjoying the newest beverage from Volyar's meadery. Oh, I thought the place had been closed. It's open for business again, though now 5 brothers are running the place.
I like how slow Bjertha was like, oh, I thought the place had been closed. And before she was even finished, Ingritha was just finishing, just responding. It's like Sonic Adventure 2. Please do not stab anyone, I am watching. This is probably clothing. It is indeed. I have to make 12 of these. Here we go. The whole like new magic scribing related lore is, we'll have to see how it is. Like, you know, for it's ironic, I guess. Like, you know, for me, I'm just kind of like, I tell you it's cool, but for the other stuff, I'm kind of iffy. I'm kind of iffy. I don't really know everything about it, so I'm not gonna say I do, and I'm not gonna complain. But from what I've heard, I'm a little bit concerned. Because it's like, I don't know. I don't know enough. But they keep claiming that, like, they're like, okay, well, you're gonna need to follow in the footsteps of a mage that first, you know, really got into manipulation of magic and enchantment. You know, and you get, like, different weapon abilities that you can customize. It's like, okay. So, starting from the bottom, these are weapon abilities. They aren't class abilities. These are weapon abilities. Okay. And essentially you're enchanting them so that they can do different things, right? It's like, oh yeah, okay. So, I'm thinking weapon enchantments, right? Plus, like, learning to do weapon enchantments first, right? Okay. That leads to a Dureni, Raven Dureni, right? And I'm like, okay, well, looking at the picture, we can see that this logo is a Mage's Guild looking logo, which has an eye, and then also what looks like elven feathers. I thought it was alien, but it looks like it's actually like Altmeri, which also makes sense. They're pretty much, you know, very similar in vibe. So I'm like, okay, the architecture around the symbol is definitely Altmeri. Like it's just straight up like out of Somerset, which the Dureni use, you can see in the tutorial, right? Okay, that's also Dureni essentially. Also, Raven Dureni is associated with, you know, the battle against the Alessian Order, which is lore that is just heavily ingrained in the Skingrad region, just super heavily, right? Like, read about, like, Rizlav and how he inspired Hyrok to rise up against the Alessian Order. It's like, okay, yeah, that also makes sense. You know, it's all just kind of coming together. And then, like, I see that there's a post about an archmage that's, like, studying the origins of magic or something like that, and it's just, like, this random name that I've never heard of before.
There hasn't been anyone to flirt with except the Rama since we reached.
And I'm just kind of like, okay, so it's like a random Nordish name. It sounds like she's a Nord. And I'm thinking, I don't really know about that. Like, to have like a Nord be, like, tossing in a Nord as, like, the mother of researching and being the first to manipulate magic is pretty, you know, so maybe I'm misunderstanding, because, like, literally it's like magic is heavily ingrained in elven cultures. For mankind, they start to kind of lose their way away from magic. Sure, you have definite you know, exceptions to this rule eventually in some points. You know, you got Shalador, right? Shalador is a huge deal, but like, he didn't come along until later, and for a long time, these a lot of human cultures were just kind of leaning away from magic. Nords had abandoned, you know, their worship of Junal. They weren't really that interested. Yakutans just weren't huge fans. I mean, I guess sword singing is technically is magic, but it wasn't like they're a huge thing for them. Meanwhile, elves are like bathing in magic, right? Sorcerers and wizards. It's like, why would Nords be the first? Especially like, and we're talking Nords, like not at Morins. I don't know. I have to wait and see. It just seems kind of deaf to being aware of cultures and stuff, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We don't know. We don't know. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe she could be the current archmage of whatever the heck the society is, and not the mage that we're talking about. Like maybe like Raven is the basis for this society, and the current archmage is just a Nord lady that we know of. I don't know. But I mean, as someone even pointed out, we have a Raven pet. Like it's almost like they're pouring salt on the wound, you know? It's like everything seems to lead somewhere, and then they just like have it go somewhere completely different. And it's like they just don't want someone to feel satisfied with extrapolating information or something. I don't know, I'm salty, you know? I just like to be, it's like, ugh, God. Vindicated at some point. Now I have to make one of these? Oh. I need to pay attention. What if I made like 12 of something I only need to make one of? I mean, literally, even on that note, if they like, if they randomly made up, even if they made up an Aldmer or something that had been like the first to learn to manipulate magic or something, that's still really, really bold. I mean, it makes sense, but like that's a super heavy topic to handle, right? Like being the first to be able to manipulate magical energies. Maybe this is like a specific kind of magical energy manipulation or something that isn't like, maybe it's not as important as what Raven Durrani did, and it's more specific, and it's a totally different kind of magic, I guess. But like, to claim she's the first is pretty. I'm making up. I'm like making a lot of space here. Unfortunately, I mean, I could use the Way Shrine to go back and forth, I guess, but.
One more and you'll be good.
Why do people randomly insult me? They're like, one more drink and you'll be good looking. It's like I'm just existing. I'm literally just here.
You should buy me a drink.
She's resting. Ah, man. I thought that was gonna be like a speedrunning tech.
Have you met my sister, Gabby? I never understand what she's talking about, but she always seems to make a certain amount of sense.
That sounds woodworking enough to be true.
Is it true? Lodo came back from the dead, and you killed him again?
Yeah, it wasn't too far from here. Wait a minute. Wait, the rough bowl isn't... Oh, is the... Ah, man, no, I should have looked. It says blacksmith. Ah, God. The rough bowl is metalworking. Hi. Okay, only 3. I'm mainly doing this because I'm trying to free up space.
Get on with the dark elf.
But, you know, written vouchers are fine. I'm gonna need to put a lot of these style pages in the guild bank because a lot of them I already have. There you go. Alright, let's do the next one. Goodness gracious. Should not have looked at that. Anyways, this is gonna be Clothier. I need to look at whatever it says. I need to look at when it says like Clothier. Clothiers sell this and stuff like that. I need to start doing that.
You are.
This will be 3. Alright, hold on, I gotta put this away. I need to find a way to make it so that when I mess with wrappers and stuff, it doesn't open my mouth. Like a hotkey to mute myself so that my mouth doesn't open and close. Oh man. Keep wondering why people are here. It's like, oh, they probably live in the snow globe house. I know Dad does. Okay, another one. So yeah, apparently they now charge for ranch, which is kind of heartbreaking. I've gone to this McDonald's since, I mean, for like several years now. I mean, it's, you know, it's not their fault. It's definitely the upper management. But even so.
I don't feel so good. I hope we got deep.
Alright, so this is going to be Clothier again, so we're going to make a right turn here. Got another right turn. Probably could have done that better. My brain's wanting to speak like a speedrunner because I've been watching so much GDQ. I think they're probably still doing that Majora's Mask run. I was listening to it at work. Kind of thinking of, like, saving the rest of it for watching the VOD when I have to go back to work. So yeah, the pre-order bonuses that I got, the 2 mounts, I didn't even expect to get the mounts. I was kind of shocked when they showed up. I thought that they were gonna drop when the DLC came out, but I guess it's kind of like what they did previously. I totally forgot how that even worked.
Move along.
Alright, this is gonna be closing. No way! I'm out of nickel again. It lasted a little bit longer than I expected, I guess. Nickel! Let's go. Ugh, whatever.
Maybe I'll see you later at the Sober Nord. Hmm?
Me? No, I don't go to the Sober Nord. I prefer the Moonlight Inn. It's much more rustic.
Value too. Value. Hello.
Cold Moon Inn. Man, I was close. So guys, I noticed something. I know I've been talking about like Athalia and Meridia, like comparisons and whatnot, and how they seem similar but also very different. But something that I did notice when I was looking at art of both of them is that Athalia very, very specifically has a vibe of her wings being up. And, well, at least in my opinion. Let me show you what I mean really quick. Before I completely forget. I'm going to make a tweet about this as well. So, but not everyone does Twitter. So I'm instead just going to show you guys here. I'm going to post it in the stream. So I need to get the image. I'm just called the image I. Come on, come on. Here we are. Alright, so here's a picture of Athalia, right? This is her, like, when she's, like, being awakened. Not that great quality, whatnot. But you can see, like, these weird mirror more like things behind her. It's like monoliths just kind of floating in midair. They surround her during this. You see this shape happening a lot, like on the staff and on the gate that we see on the wheel, the thing, the puzzle that people have been getting. This shows up a lot. But if you notice, this shape is the shape of Athelia putting her wings up. I mean, come on, that can't be a coincidence. I think that's specifically on purpose. And if you look at images of Meridia, she has her wings like down. They droop a bit. I think they're like, I mean, I don't know if that's on purpose, but when I was looking for similarities, or at least, you know, things that are kind of the same, I couldn't help but notice a contrast between the two. It just seems deliberate. Because I think, I mean, also her symbol that appears at the end kind of also looks like wings going upwards, but on a more, it's a little bit more cryptic, but I think that's why her shape looks like this. Looks like a, kind of looks like like an almost complete crescent, in a way. It's also on that thing that she holds, but I don't have a picture of that, I don't think. Ah. Carpenters, we have to go all the way around. Yeah, I had tossed out the theory that Athelia was like an ex Magna G, like Meridia, right? So there could be like they could be maybe have been even sisters or something. Like Meridia and Athelia were together, and, I don't know, like they had this bond of some kind. As much as these divine beings could. And then perhaps, you know, perhaps when Meridia decided to consort with Daedra, maybe like Athelia was like on her side. Meridia got lucky, she just got banished. Maybe Athelia got banished and then it was like, wait, actually, hold on. We need to take care of this. Banished and forgotten. I say this because there's just something about Athelia that really seems, like, more divine. You know, she seems more shiny. Very light-based. And then it would be a good way to get Meridia back involved in the story if they want to do that. It almost seemed like Torvasard in the cinematic was kind of like regretful. It almost seemed like when he like unleashed her, and then he was pulled into Mirrormore, and so were the heroes. Kind of like he almost just kind of looks like he's like, oh wait, no, hold on, something's not right. He almost looked kind of sad about it, and then he left. He was like, I'm gonna leave now. I don't know if like Torvasard's going to feel regret for what he did, or if, or like maybe Torvasard will be more on our side, and instead we have to battle not just Athelia, but also maybe even Meridia, who finds out about Athelia and going like, oh my god, my sister's back. How could I forget about my sister? And then we have to fight two Daedric princes, one of which we were kind of sided with for a while. Out of necessity. We were more like we were used. Zenith Dark. And his username is Zenith Light. Maybe it's Zenith? Hail and all that. I know I could wait shrine over there. I probably should, you know. Anyway, so if I could, there's at least a little bit of history that I'm aware of in this area that we're going to be visiting in over 4 months. I mean, like, I'm sure they're probably going to be talking about Rizlav the Righteous a bunch, or at least a decent amount. You could probably expect him showing up in antiquities and whatnot, and they say they want to delve deep into the lore of the region. So when I thought that, I thought, maybe they'll do. Oh look, I finished. Oh wait, almost. What the heck? Why do I have this? Well, I already got it, so now we just gotta turn it in. Anyway, so maybe if it is relevant, from what I know, the kingdom of Skingrad, I think, had a rivalship with Kvatch, which was to the west of it. You can go to Kvatch in the game if you go to the Gold Coast, right here, and Skingrad is located like right here, so around there. So they had like a rivalry, and Rizlav was the son of like the king of Skingrad, and he had a brother who was a priest in the Imperial City, and so Rizlav was sent to go and marry a princess in Kvatch to kind of like just iron out the differences between the two areas, the two kingdoms. And Rizlav's brother, Darrell, I think is his name. Darrell, the priest, starts to get really indoctrinated into Imperial culture. This is not a time that you want to be in the Imperial City during this point in history, which I believe was like the early. God, I don't actually know. Hold on. I don't want to say it wrong. I don't want to get this wrong. I want to see what year this is. 400. This okay. So this is like the 450s. The 450s, or 460s, and stuff of the first era. This makes sense. So, this is not really the best time to be in the Imperial City, because the Alessian Order has kind of started to take control. The Empire has become a lot less tolerant of any elven cultures. They're more obsessed with their new religion, and since Darrell was a priest here, he starts to kind of become more and more indoctrinated in that culture. He becomes kind of violent, unstable,
have a drink with me.
A fascist, dictatorship. And the royal family of Skingrad dies. And guess who's supposed to become the next king of Skingrad? That's right, it's Mr. Crazy Priestman himself. Well, Mr. Crazy Priestman is like, okay, so he goes and he becomes king of Skingrad, and now so he is now spreading the Alessian Order's like vile beliefs as king of an entire kingdom. And Rizlav, he can't take this. He's like, this is wrong. What you're teaching is wrong. It's just racist. It's a breach on our beliefs. So he challenges his brother to combat. He's like, shit, fight me, bro. And he wins. He slays his brother in combat and becomes like king of Skingrad. And the Empire obviously is not happy about this. They send a fighting force. I think it's Emperor Gorius.
Did you see the dark elf noble by the forge? He smiled at me.
Gorius, I think, is the Emperor. He sends a force to Skingrad, and he's like, you know what? We're going to fight you because you killed my man. And Rizlav sees the entire army gather at the gate, and he's just kind of like, I think he said something like, you should have written beforehand, this place is too small for you guys, or something like that. He's like, Skingrad is not big enough for your entire force. Like, you need to leave, which was kind of hilarious. And the Empire was like, okay, you know what, whatever, screw you. And so they start getting violent, but the fighting force from Kvatch was also ready to fight. So you have Skingrad and Kvatch versus this fighting force that was only supposed to take Skingrad, and they were completely outmatched. The Alessian Order had to turn around and run for their lives. And so basically this was huge, because this was the moment where everyone that wasn't a fan of the Alessian Order and their overreaching, you know, dictatorship, this was like when they started to bleed, and people were like, okay, if they can do it, then we can do it. And this kind of spread into like High Rock, where they were watching this and they were like, hey, you know, if they can say no, we can say no. And so the Alessian Order started to kind of lose its control over the people. And this eventually leads up to, like, you know, the Dureni opposing them. Again, like I mentioned before, Raven Dureni and her siblings. And also the Battle of Glenumbra Moors is kind of where this leads to, I think, in about, like, what, 40 years after this? I could be wrong about that. Somewhere around there. And after Glenumbra Moors happens, the Alessian Order is pretty wounded, and they kind of retreat back to the Empire, and they're not ever as strong as they used to be. It takes a long time, but they eventually kind of melt away. But Rizlav, you know, is a big deal because of you know, the bravery that he showed, and yeah. So you're probably going to hear about him a bit, maybe. I assume he'll at least show up in Antiquities and stuff. I need to put these things away. I was eating, I wasn't even looking at my screen, okay?
Nothing steals from us. Nothing and nobody.
Not even that floating box? Oh man, so much space is being freed. Honestly, it's like, let's, like, you know, have this, this. I don't need him. I wonder if I could sell those. I need to start taking those. Wait, why haven't I used Halsex's legs? What was my reasoning for that? Oh, because I already have it. Wait, what? What was I looking at? How's Hex's legs? Used to... oh, because I picked up on another character. Sorry. I'm dumb. So yeah, I should probably put that away.
Things are never safer than with us here.
I wish that was easier. Okay, so... Let's look at Ragata. Boots, chest, daggers. I have chests. I have boots. I do not have daggers. Okay, daggers I can take. The daggers of the Tavan Ragata echo the scimitar-like curve of the second wave sword blades. The Tavans didn't use daggers for parrying, preferring to use shields on their off arms, so their daggers lack crossguards. They are, however, weighted for throwing. I always get mixed signals from their various weaponry.
I'm not sure about that. The Nord woman from Whiterun looks like she can hold her mead.
So, I probably should have put those away. Ah! You know what? Hold on. That put me at close to 50. 50 free spaces. Oh, hold on. More than that. I do like that they announced Fenorian's gonna be coming back. I like Fenorian. I mean, I know this might be just, you know, just because he's a fan fave, but they could find something fun for him to do there. I mean, you know, it's Skingrad, he's a vampire now. Yeah, it'll be good to see him again. You know, maybe we could even get an update on Mr. Ravenwatch.
Prices have never been better.
I was gonna use this bank. Mike the Gatherer.
You look a bit low.
I am. There you go. And then let's do a clear with Fez and boom. Ah, my God. I now have 56 spaces free. I know that's not a lot for some people, but for me it's a lot. Alright. This is what I was looking for. Okay. We will use this way shrine. I'm assuming I don't have to climb. Of all people. Weirdos. Someone in the chat's talking about an Chater, and they're like, oh, it's so cute. And then this guy says, animal lovers. And I'm like, oh, hey, that exact person that's making fun of them for liking animals is the exact person who's next to me right now. And then I turn around, and then that person slaughters a poor, like, little pocket mammoth. Just like, of course. I gotta be careful. Yeah, there's a lot of wildlife here. I gotta be careful. I don't know if it wants me to go up or down. But I'm gonna go down because it's easier to go down. And the answer was down. I'm so lucky. As I had another scrying try, I'm sorry. That's what I was afraid of. Oh, that's right. Let's go through the Ring of the Pale Order. God, I didn't want that. I mean, well, it's fine. I didn't get it because I wanted this to go to anything. I just didn't know what it was a part of, and I don't like the ring. But hey, the lore is lore. But hey, as long as we're talking about, the Dureni and stuff, Ring of the Pale Order has really cool lore that doesn't get talked about enough. I've already read all of it on the UESP, so like any of this I've already read, but whatever. There's so much information on this. Polished onyx stones cut in the Hierarch style. They're too small to serve as a centerpiece of a ring or necklace. They'd be accent stones. Yeah, see the prong scratches? I bet they flanked a larger precious stone, or even a signet. Like a ring on a ring. Now, I mean, like, Ring of the Pale Order is very popular, or at least it was in 2020. I don't know if it is anymore. People were using it all the time. But like, essentially, it's a ring that you can use where it means that, like, I think you get health if you do damage. And some people like to do it when they don't have a healer. Maybe it got less popular when, like, companions came out, because they could get healed by companions, I don't know. But, that being said, it kind of almost seems vampiric. I mean, it's called Pale. You're, like, siphoning health to take it as your own. Essentially, the Pale Order was a ring of, like, ring. It was a ring of knights, you know? It was a bunch of Breton knights that some people said were possibly vampiric. Things that they said were very vampiric. It's called the Pale Order. The ring itself works like a vampire thing. I mean, it kind of seems like they were vampires, but the, I think, like, the king that they served or something, like, they served, like, I think they served 7 different kings, but some people suspect that it was all just one guy, but he was just a vampire. Like, they were like, oh, it was like him and his descendants, but it was just one dude, like, the entire time. And like, no one knew. So, but that doesn't, like, that guy's gonna die, what the heck? Ugh. That doesn't really explain what the Pale Order did. Whether or not they were vampires, they're historically documented as essentially being kind of the, what seems like the last, what would it be? Kind of like straw that broke the camel's back, I guess. When the Battle of Glenumbra Moors happened, like I mentioned earlier, the Dereni, they won the fight. You know, the Bretons won the fight, and the Alessian Order just kind of all ran back to where they came from. But despite that, the Dereni were, like, really hurt. They had lost a lot of people, and the Bretons, they didn't. I mean, like, they were more populous, but eventually the Dereni started to get picked off one by one by this Pale Order, who weren't really, like, they weren't like invasion forces. They weren't like storming castles. They were like assassins. They were just like, they were like popping in, killing a Dereni, and then popping out and hiding in the shadows, kind of working alone. And so the Dereni just kept getting, like, picked off all the time, and eventually they had to run to the Isle of Balfira, and they just stayed there. That was just kind of their last bastion, really. And then, you know, the Bretons, they took their destiny. They made their kingdoms and settled them, kings and queens. Dereni just kind of took backstage. Their point in history was done, at least for the Bretons. I mean, so that's a really big deal to, like, find out what really assisted in kind of the Dereni losing their power. This boss takes forever to spawn. There we go. Hello. Easy. Yeah, you can see the punch mark right there. Oh, I didn't think he'd break free yet. Huh. Ah! Ow. 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 Well, you guys can really hold up, can't you? Look at you go. Boom. Dramatic. I like how you see the water just spilling into there. It's very fun. It's a fun little detail. Oh, that was a cool teleport. You don't get to see that much. Or at least I don't. Mom wanted me to sign up for this. Mom wanted me to sign up for the theater troupe, the Mournhold theater troupe. I was like, I don't, you know, I'm full on guilds. I don't really, I'm not even in an RP guild. It's like, I don't know. You'd think I would be in an RP guild. I just think I'd be kind of sensitive to RP, you know? Like, as soon as someone says something that doesn't line up, I'd be like, ah, I can't mesh, you know? I'm not flexible enough. So... I'm always looking into what has to make sense. That being said, I'm not like the most critical ever. Like, if you want your character to be like student of Sathasil or whatever, it's like, you know, I would say that's not the kind of thing I would just straight up like say no to. I wouldn't turn my nose up to that.
Hail.
Yeah, when's the trivia? I used to write the trivia questions, but I haven't been asked in a while.
I'm going to knock you off of there. Count on it.
I don't really talk about that much. Because, I mean, I asked for the next time, like, there would be to write down questions, but maybe they're just not doing trivia for now. It's probably been a few months. Essentially, I write down like 20 questions of varying difficulty. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, hold on. Actually, you know what? I do need world bosses. I do need, like I said, yeah, I'm behind. Okay, you know what? Let's this is way outside a boss. I could just wait outside Xanadunaz. Not forever, mind you, but for a time. This area right here is just always so dramatic. Like this, what's it called? Frostbreak Fortress. All the catapults and everything, it's just so dramatic. It's just always happening. Hi, is it happening? Not yet? Okay, that's fine. I'm just here for the boss anyway, even if I don't loot, you know? I'm not even on quest. So the descriptions for the wolf and the pup, I'm trying to see if they give us any information. The pup, I don't really think gave us much. Its name is Bolo, which could be Aliadun, or it's something I'm missing out on. It just means bun in Spanish, so it's probably Aliadun. Judging by the things. Let's do Aliadun and see what Bolo means. Wait, hold on. Is the fight going on? No? Okay. Here we go. Oh, now it is. Fine. Translations are gonna have to wait. For now, it's just violence. Just constant violence. Oh god. Oh god, wait, I could hear him laughing. He's not even here, and I could hear him laughing. I didn't know that was possible. I thought he had to actually like be on boots on the ground. It's like he's just watching. Could I like see him if I looked up? No. Pretty clouds. A little bit demanding. Say please.
Another well? I deserve a worthier sacrifice.
Ow, ow, ow. He's here. Okay, well, not yet. There he is.
You are but dust to be brushed from the face of this world.
That's my boyfriend. Ow! 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 Okay! Jeez! Alright! I didn't mean it. Oh, alright, keep moving, keep moving! This is kind of getting out of hand. Wait! No! What the heck? Oh my god! Oh my god! This is actually really getting out of hand. Ah! Everyone's dying to the explosive stamps. No. God, I'm trying to get to him. I saved the guy's life. I don't have ult yet. Good lord. A bit much there. Fine Eketir Vellum. This vellum is aromatic and smooth to the touch, perfect for writing both poetry and death threats. What's vellum? Google vellum. It's a prepared animal skin or membrane, typically used as writing material. It's often distinguished from parchment, either being made from cat skin or other skin of other animals, or simply being of higher quality. Okay, that makes sense. I'm gonna try to translate this wolf's name. Like I said, Bolo was the name, right? I don't think there's anything here. No, I can't even find like I can't even find a prefix or anything. I can't even like, yeah. I don't know. Interesting. Bolo. I hope that we get more like Aliadun this year, like, you know, as I think they like to name things weird names, like names that are easier to understand, right? Like Grassroot Cave and stuff. But like when they toss in like actual languages, I love it. Even if it like gets hard to remember. It's like, oh man, I can't get these two ruins. Like, you know, they sound the same. I don't care as long as it feels like there's an actual language. I'm kind of hoping that, you know, I'm kind of hoping that if they do add new alien ruins, like, they do give them, like, cool new names that we can translate. Because I'm playing Oblivion, I'm just loving it, going to, like, these different ruins and different sections of ruins that have different names that, like, I'm trying to translate, and I can tell they have translations. Because I recognize the suffixes, prefixes, and stuff. I just have a bad memory, so. Felroot is the name of this one. This is the one that kind of has more lore in its description, I think. The Dawnwood's new, right? So that's like the forest that shows up. The Dawnwood's new, but the forest roots reach deep. The aliens were here before us, and they left their own mark on the land. We tamed this beast through the green, but Ifrit knows how long it's been out here. Now, obviously they mean the aliens of Cyrodiil were there before us, right? Because they're moving in. They're not saying like the aliens were there before, you know. But the first part's interesting. The forest roots reach deep. It's like this thing just showed up. Aliens were here before us, but they left their own mark on the land. And that could just be them talking about, you know, it's obviously them talking about the wolf. You know, like, they tamed this wolf. But the aesthetic is just brilliant. I don't know if they've done this aesthetic before. Sorry. I don't know if they've done this model before of, like... They probably have, because, like, I have a very similar wolf, like the one I have right now. It doesn't have leaves. It's the, I forget the name. Metalata, I think. This one's got more of a, obviously, like a green, mossy alien ruin vibe. You know, it looks old. Maybe a little bit rusted. Bronze. They do a great job, though. With the designs. The skulls are interesting, especially. It's starting to get cold. It is 24 degrees outside. Right as I get up to turn my heater on. Heater is now on. Chaser of Enlightenment. Chaser of Clouds. Oh, he's already here. Oh my god. He is down already. Very, very different from the last run, that's for sure. So I'm trying to deduce how long ago Thelia was removed. Judging by what information we have now, it might be impossible to signify when it happened, but I can at least attempt to do what I do with the Duskfall, and kind of like, you know, try to square out a window. So this is kind of what I used to do, like, when I used to work with security cameras, and like, you know, I would you try to like find something that happens on a security camera, but you don't know what time it happens. You can at least like find a difference that happens, right? And it's like, you know, like in this case, like something's missing, something's taken. So you're like, okay, I'm gonna jump an hour forward, and it's like, oh, it's still there. I'm gonna jump 2 hours forward, and it's like, it's still there. You know, jump 3 hours forward, it's like, okay, it's missing, right? So it's gonna be between this time and this time, right? So it's kind of like about squaring that out. And so I try to do that with the Duskfall. It's very hard to do. It's very hard, and I found some stuff, but that's not here nor there. In this case, we're going to be focusing on Athelia's banishment, assuming that they even have a lore time for that, and it's not just all made up, like on the spot. So we know that there are aliens who worshipped or revered, or at least knew about Athelia, right? So that means that she was known about, and they had time to make cities and stuff that worship, you know, they worshipped her in those cities. So it's like, okay, the Aelids moved to Cyrodiil somewhere around the central Merithic era. So it's like, alright, but it should be noted that for the most part, the Aelids were not Daedric worshippers at the beginning. The Aelids started worshipping Daedra very commonly, like about over halfway into their rule, I believe. So, with that in mind, it depends on how like obvious this religion was. Like, I don't know if there were some cities that worshipped Daedra and some that didn't, and eventually everyone just started doing it, or if it was like small cults. But if there were entire cities, like multiple cities that worship Daedra, I would maybe think that's a little bit likely that it would be later on in their rule. Like, we're talking, like, there were entire cities devoted to like Molag Bal, like Abigarlis, you know, Netalata, I believe, for like Meridia, things like that. So I would assume, at least I think it's a safe assumption to think that maybe these cities were like later on in Ayleid rule, and so that could be like late Merithic, maybe middle to late Merithic. At least the Ayleids, you know of her at this point, so that means that she still existed during that time. So, you know, we're trying to single out when she was taken away, and at least what we know now is a little bit of a window. I mean, for all we know, it could have been a year before ESO starts, right? It could be 581. We don't know. But I think that it's at least important to take note that it seems like there were Ayleid worshippers, entire cities that knew of her and potentially openly worshipped her, or at least acknowledged her. And I think that knowledge of the general understanding of Ayleid religion is important when you're deducing, you know, when she was still around. But it could be, you know, that could be me reading too much into it. I think it would be important to acknowledge that variable. I guess plot twist, what if the Ayleids had entire cities worshipping Athelia, or what, you know? What if, like, they worshipped Athelia, they respected her, etc., etc., but what if, what if they were... That was before they worshipped Daedra, and they were actually just, like, worshipping a revered divine ancestor instead. Like that, because it was before the cultural shift. That'd be wild. I don't know if that would be right, though. Fine.
Who disturbs my rest? You shall be punished.
They was just resting. There's not a lot of people here. I'm kind of worried. Why, you little... Oh boy. He had to take a knee there for a second. Incoming! Oh, that's gonna hurt. Hooray. I love looting right before he hits the ground. Alright, that probably puts me at, what, 14? 15! Not bad, not bad, not bad. I'll give it one more go. Blah, blah! Didn't mean to do that. No! Jesus Christ. One more go. I'm just gonna get to 16. I really hope more people show up, though, so I'm gonna kind of take a back seat. See if more people show up. Does my mouth open when I type? I try to be quiet when I type. But it's possible. Let me see. Let me do a test. Let me type like in do like not really, no. I'm really glad I didn't press enter because I was just spamming gibberish. There we go. Alright. Remember when they called Gibbering Shield Gibbering Shield? That was a good time. I remember that. Anyway, yeah, just one more. Is he next to me because I'm Gandalf? And he's African American Gandalf? I'm Lizard Gandalf? Yeah, he says Gandalf. he's using zone chat though. Dance. Let's do Dumber. Uh-oh. That's not good.
Another whelp? I deserve a worthier sacrifice.
We're not sacrifices. Look, little beast. Little beasties. More toys. I wish I could use this. It's the unusable, it's the single player version.
The slaves act on ancient orders to disturb their work.
Well, sorry. Oh god. Oh no, so many AoEs. Gotcha. Tremax Valor. I actually use Tremax Valor. It's on my armor pieces. I think also delivery probably. No, wait, yes. One of them is. So good to be able to hold a bunch of stuff again. Hopefully we can do dungeons tomorrow, or at least one dungeon with the fam. Am I saying fam now? Leave me be. Thank you. Okay, so that puts me at 16 out of 20. What's the oh, 250. That's not bad. I'm kind of low on endeavors at the moment. Endeavor seals. Because I did buy the hand pan. Oh my god, I'm lower than I thought. Oof. Ow. Yikes. Wait, what crates are back? No, wait, I'm crazy. What crate is this? Psijic Vaults? Really? I had no idea. Oh, I am ill prepared for that. I mean, like, I don't really know if there's anything I want in these. But... I don't know. How old are these? Like, when was the last time we saw them? Ooh, that's pretty good. Oh, man. I mean, I could get that, but... Oh yeah, these. I look fabulous in these. I do have this, though. I should use this more often. Let's see. Showtime. Jazz hands. I already have the Aardvark. Arvel's Ashland attire. Not as good as me, and not as good on me. Doesn't look as good on dudes, I don't, in my opinion. No thank. I like the casualness of this outfit. Of course, I'm a few gems behind. These are sticking around for a little while, though. I guess this is just kind of a little bit of a different version. I don't see any difference. Oh, okay. Alright then. It's not much different, but it's kind of different. I prefer this one because I like how it looks on the sides. But either way, I'm not a big fan. Nocturnal Banner. Oh my god, this is where these come from. I snapped up the shock gauntlets because they're my favorite. These are so good though. I highly recommend these. You can't dye the colors, right? So you see the colors that are like, you know, the flame, the blue, the icy blue and the lightning blue. That's not dyeable, but you know, you can dye the other pieces. And so if you have an outfit, you know, it's like elemental based and you have reds going on, this will look good. This will look really good. I'm a huge fan of... Wait. Oh, he's back. I'm a huge fan of, like light clothes with, like, random heavy metal pieces. It's like a battle mage thing. You know, like what I have going on here, it's like, yeah, I've gotten, like, light clothes and stuff, but I've got heavy pauldrons and heavy gauntlets that look like I can just punch you in the face with them. And I got heavy boots, I think, too. Because I just like that. I think it looks cool. Da, da, da. Well, wait, nah, I'm nowhere near the boss. I thought it was for a second. He says wait. Why doesn't he just... What's that staff style? Hold on, I should probably link it. Well, how did I get this one? Jubilee gift boxes. Could you get it from Tamriel Trade Center? I'm gonna check. Let's see here. Profit. Robe, shawl, staff. Let me see. Like, there's. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I have to tell him exactly where this is. I told him where it was. I told him that there's a 2K. In fact, I think there might even be 2,000 gold ones. You know, I said I'm not gonna say it in zone chat because someone could overhear. I'm okay saying it in my chat because you know, no one's watching that would care, right? Please don't take it away from him. I would be very angry. I told him that where it was, and he was like, "I'm on my way." He was so optimistic. I want him to get that staff. And not a lot of people ask me about this staff, to be honest. And this. You think that most people ask about this. This is something, though, that I hope they don't ask about because you can't pick it up. You can't pick it up in game. Yeah, you have to pick it up in the store. It's not like you earn it, right? I had to buy it specifically. You suppose you'll type a message now? Okay. If you want to. I'm gonna stay online to see if he messages me about getting it. Maybe I should have got it for him. Maybe I should have went and just bought it because I'm fast. And I don't know. I'm used to checking guild stores. I mean, that's so cheap. 2,000 for that style. I mean, like alternatively, it was up there for like 30,000, 40,000, you know. 2 were for 2K. Alright, so show you. Yeah, I'm gonna wait to see if he responds. TJ portal, TJ portal. I kind of want to rewatch bits of the stream with my new theory. Oh, sweet! I got ancient orc legs, which sounds really gross. if you're not aware that that's just pants. Now this seems a little weird, but also not weird. Poor orcs got bullied. They get bullied a lot. Okay, you can't see these, but pants. Ancient agrees are a natural extension of the old Orsimer's lovely boots. In fact, it's hard to tell where one ends and the other begins. They exemplify the perfect marriage of form and with function. You can't get more orcish than that. Ugh. Well, I hope he managed to get it. Yeah, I've seen 20,000, 40,000, 100,000, 25,000, 100,000. That was my Discord, sorry. 15,000. I can't believe that that's 2,000. In fact, it says it was an hour ago. I don't know if I can get details as to exactly how... Oh wait, no. No, yeah, it was an hour ago. I was thinking like, oh man, I should have asked him if he was PCNA. I'm so stupid. Of course he's PCNA. Oh, I was like, wait, what? That was okay. Let's sell. I've kept this music box on for you, Driz. It's still going, it hasn't stopped. I just study Morelia, dude. So you got McDonald's earlier, and if you can correctly guess your order, you'll give me $200, $500, if you can also guess the time I got the food. That's not fair. At least I don't think it's fair. Give me a second. No, I have no idea. I definitely didn't just scan all of our chats for you talking about like your favorite McDonald's order. That definitely was not me checking the archives to see if I could get that right. But if I did that, that would be pretty smart. But no. Nah, you didn't mention anything like lately. But like a couple years ago, you could have said, "My favorite McDonald's order is blank." I remember nothing, so... You got a... You got a... $10-piece McNugget with... Yeah... You're not a Sprite person. I don't think you're a Sprite person. Are you a Sprite person? No, you got Coca-Cola. You got a small Coca-Cola. I kind of want to say medium. I mean, you know me, I go large. Am I close? Do I get like $50 if I'm like a fourth of the way there? Is that how this works? Is it like a ratio? Final answer in time. Okay, time. You said earlier. I want to say it's lunch, but that's because my brain. You know, I'm eating dinner, right? But I eat dinner at like 10, 11. You know, because that's when I get home. So it was probably dinner and not lunch. Normal dinner, which is actually when I have lunch. And so let me think. Like 5:30 p.m. Your time. No, I think your time is my time. So, like, both of our times. Yes, those are my... Yeah, it's my final answer. Why it's like, I've been wrong about everything lately, and now you just want me to be wrong about everything else. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I don't know, I think I went small. The large sweet tea and a Big Mac. Wow! Unbelievable. 7:29 p.m. I was only 2 hours off. And you know what? You did get a large, but it was a sweet tea and not a soda. If I knew it was tea, I probably would have gone with a large. I should have gone with the Big Mac though. It was I had a feeling. Kind of. A little bit, maybe. Okay, I had no idea. You haven't consumed any of it yet. That was a while ago. But it does. Big Mac, like when I used to get a Big Mac, you know, I would get like an extra, and I would put it in the fridge because like my meal would be very large, and so I'd have the Big Mac way later. Big Macs actually are pretty good when you reheat them if you eat them kind of relatively quick, because they like tend to get a little bit more stale. But they're good reheated if you're like get to it relatively quick. But like watch out, because there's a lot of grease. It'll burn your hand. So you haven't had a Big Mac in over a decade. I used to get them all the time. And I used to get a Big Mac and a quarter pounder. But I kind of changed from doing that. I think I got one recently though. I remember having a Big Mac for the first time and going like, this is what everyone makes a big deal about this. Like, is it really as good as people say? And I'm like, it's pretty good. But then I had a McRib. Everyone treats the McRib like the second coming of Christ. You know, as a big McDonald's fan, I was like, I have to have a McRib. So I got one. This was probably around like, I don't know, September, October last year or something. I got a McRib, and I was like, it's like I like barbecue, right? I'm a Texan, and it's decent, but it's nothing special, especially like for the price. It's not. I mean, like, I bought it relatively recently again to see if I just had a bad one, but no, it's just not great. It's not special, in my opinion. I mean, like, like, think about what it is though for the price. It's just like, compare that to other stuff on the menu that you can get. I feel like that's a lot more filling. It has a lot more. I guess flavor is subjective, so I can't say it has more flavor. But in my opinion, I would prefer to get other stuff that isn't a McRib. You finally got a McRib last year around that time too. It was very bad to you. Was that your first time having one? I'm not gonna say it was very bad, but it was not special. If someone bought me one, I'd be like, this is good, right? But it's not, like, putting my own money into it, I was like, eh. I'm a big fan of the Quarter Pounder. I like their Bacon McDoubles. They're pretty greasy, but they're good. Big Macs. When I had a Big Mac, I thought, okay, this is. I think I got it with my points or something. I went over. I think I was like maybe even playing Morrowind at that point. I don't know. I used to like go there for lunch and then come back and play Morrowind while eating McDonald's. And I went over and I grabbed a Big Mac and I was like, I'm gonna try this out for the first time. And I was like, this is actually pretty good. The sauce is pretty good. It's kind of like a relishy thing going on. It's different. It definitely. I was like, I understand why people like this, but for the McRib, I didn't get it. First and only, don't like their bacon. Quarter pounders are relatively dry. Yeah, I could see how you'd think that. But here's the thing about the Quarter Pounder for me is that I ask for extra mayonnaise. I ask for extra mayonnaise on everything, even things that don't usually have mayonnaise, because I am obsessed with mayonnaise. I mean, I just had a McCrispy because McCrispies are very good. I highly suggest McCrispies, and I don't even think it comes with mayonnaise by default. I'm not sure if they do, but I ask for mayonnaise and I say just put that on there and give me extra because I just want all the mayonnaise. Is it because the mayonnaise looks like Cool Whip? No. I was raised on Cool Whip myself. No, sorry, Miracle Whip, not Cool Whip. Not Cool Whip? That's not the first time I've made that. Cool Whip, Miracle Whip. No, Miracle Whip. I was raised on Miracle Whip, and I thought that that's just what mayonnaise was, right? So when I go to Burger King, I would buy a Whopper Jr. You know, I was a kid. I was like, I want that, and I knew it had mayonnaise on it, right? And so I ate the Whopper Jr. I'm like, God, their mayonnaise is so good. Our mayonnaise is not good, right? But I just thought that Burger King had really good mayo, and so I wanted to go there for the mayo. And then I learned that's just kind of what mayo tastes like. And so now I want mayo on everything. Miracle Whip, you're sorry? Yeah. We moved on from that. We stopped using Miracle Whip. We use regular mayo now. But that's a very recent change, I think. Hi Shredder, how you doing? Oh, no, I asked you first, I think. It depends, there's lag. I'm doing okay. I'm very tired. I don't know why. I guess I was walking around in, like, freezing temperatures. That's probably pretty tiring. I'm the kind of tired where, like, things get really blurry. And I need to blink a few times. Keep my head in the game. So I heard today that apparently Halo Infinite, which I'm a big fan of, is stopping their like seasons and their content updates. And I don't really know how I feel about it. Here's the thing about Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite isn't really like Overwatch for me, where I'm like always following the new updates and new game modes and stuff. For me, I just like to play quick play, and I like to play on my Spartan that has, you know, I don't really even change how I look anymore. Aside from, like, I changed my visor, I guess, the other day. So I kind of like how I look in the game, and the game plays fine for me. I don't really need anything else, I guess. So I'm not really, like, heartbroken over it, but I am curious about, like, are they planning their next game? Or what? Because I think Halo Infinite started looking up, so it's kind of odd. But obviously the servers aren't shutting down or anything, no. It's just that they're like, okay, we're not going to be doing content updates. Unfortunately, that doesn't help the gaming market in terms of battle passes. Because now everyone's going to be looking at Halo Infinite and going like, look at their battle passes, look what they did. We never want to do that. You know, that's going to be sad. Yeah, he said he didn't get it in time, but he found a 15,000 gold stat. So it's like, that's okay. It's at least not 40,000. Some of them were 40,000. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So like, yeah. I'm happy with like. I think that Halo Infinite was actually going pretty well in terms of, like, its quality. Not really a big fan of the, Fortnite-ification of Halo a little bit. I don't know if that's cringy to say, but... I mean, you gotta admit, there's a bit of Fortnite in Halo these days. At least in the multiplayer. Not saying, like, the way it plays, but the way it acts. But it's not like, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. The gameplay though is just so smooth, and the esports seems poppin'. Does anyone say poppin'? No? Okay. It seemed electric, active, alive. I liked watching clips of really good Infinite players. And I don't know. I think that Infinite has the best Halo gameplay. I'm saying it. And I was raised on, like, I played 2 and 3, you know. I played Reach a lot. But like, none of them really felt like actual evolved combat, and not even combat evolves to me, because it feels more competitive. It feels there's a lot more movement involved. You happen to say Tracer will be removed like Season in Overwatch? Wait, why? Is there gonna be a change? Like, is there gonna be a buff for another character? Oh, you're just kidding? Okay. I thought you meant like, I thought you were trying to say like, that Cass was gonna get like a buff or something. So yeah, for Overwatch, you know, Overwatch is like, anytime there's a change or a new character added or a new map, I'm on top of that. You know, I'm following that all the time. But Halo Infinite isn't that way for me. Like, they added so many maps and stuff, and I had no idea. I don't know, the Forge was doing really well. You know, the gameplay was polished. I don't know why they're like, no more updates. But like, I think it's because of their battle pass. I hate it. I mean, I hate that I love it, right? Because Halo Infinite's battle pass is different from Fortnite, different from Overwatch, you know, different from Apex, I'm gonna assume. It's different from like anyone else that does battle passes, and that's because they're actually nice battle passes. These battle passes are allowing the player to keep it, right? There's no FOMO. You pick up a battle pass, you pay for it for like $10, and you hold on to it until you complete it. I have battle passes that I haven't finished, you know, and I played, you know, when the game released, and so it's like I can, if I want to achieve something, I just have to grind and get it. But the incentive to play, like in terms of fear of missing out, that's gone. So I play at my own pace instead of feeling like the game's forcing me to play, because there's no FOMO. And that is ethical, right? That means that it's all on me if I want to pick up the game and play it, but that doesn't hold up in terms of like the commercialism of battle passes, because they're built on FOMO. You can't be kind like that, because the suits are like, no, you need to force players to play constantly, so they have battle passes run out. And Halo Infinite dropping their seasons and content updates is just evidence that it just doesn't work. You can't keep a game going without having to continuously urge people to play and urge, like, you know, like, you keep your player base up so that your shareholders or whoever's paying you keeps paying you. It's sad. It's basically the death of non-FOMO battle passes. It's pretty sad. They were bold, they were kind, they were brave, but I knew it wouldn't get them anywhere. There's no room for kindness in capitalism, unfortunately. Someone will be removed from the roster. Is it Steve? Steve's OP. But yeah, I mean, like, to be honest though, just to be honest, if Halo Infinite stopped updating, I probably wouldn't have even noticed. Like, I would be like, okay, you know, I would notice that they weren't adding any more maps, but it would probably take like a year or something before I'd notice. There's just something so fast about Infinite that I enjoy. Like, the assault rifle is okay. The assault rifle is just your standard Halo assault rifle. The pistol, though, is divine. The pistol just feels so good. It's such a sharp and fast weapon, merged with the fact that the movement of the game is so sharp and fast as well. Like, use the assault rifle to burn down shields, and then you swap to the pistol for a quick headshot. It's just so satisfying. I mean, sure, like, you know, you get that with other Halo games that have the Magnum as your sidearm, but the Halo Infinite pistol just feels so, you know, it's got that rapid fire. It just feels like, it feels so fast, and I like that. What I don't like about Halo Infinite is I don't like the explosion physics and stuff a lot. I feel like the radius for grenades I will never get used to. It's like I toss a grenade and like something like a vehicle barely budges despite the fact that the grenade was like right under it or something. I don't know. But the gunfire is great. I was probably going to swap to Infinite in a bit. Because I like to do that on my weekends. But I don't know how long I can stay awake. I did get a gold robe, by the way. Okay, let me see if I can, like, does it say it anywhere? Chapters, DLCs? DLC? Ascending Time. No, these are all for, like, the dungeons and stuff. Upgrades? No. I don't know. Do they sell chapters in the... Oh, here it is. Here we are, Gold Road. A forgotten Daedric prince has returned, bringing chaos to the West Weald. Explore a new zone and defend the city of Skringrad, first encountered in the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Do you remember that? Now beset by a dangerous Daedric cult in the encroaching wilds of Valenwood. Customize your skills like never before with the new scribing system and create your own one-of-a-kind playstyle. So let's see what it says here. Ancient power returns, Daedric incursions, and nature run amok menace. Is that run amok menace? Menace the people of the West Weald. But could these dangers be connected to the return of the Forgotten Prince? That would make sense. Skringrad needs heroes to confront these myriad foes and uncover the ancient power that links them in a new story. Discover the West Weald. Explore the West Weald, an imperial region first encountered in the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, now threatened by the Valenwood jungle. Venture into abundant highlands, blighted wastes, alien ruins, and the city of Skringrad as you discover the culture and lives of the Colovians who call it home. I like how it's like, when we finally get Bosmer stuff, it's like, yeah, but they're invading. But the Bosmer are invading. I mean, it's like, you know, I'm sure, it's, you know, technically, it is Valenwood. It's the green, I'm gonna guess. It's just moving into Cyrodiil. I've seen people make Cyrodiil like jungled references already, but technically, you know, I really hope that the Bosmer don't get treated like badly for moving in to the West Weald, but I'm not a big fan of the ruler of Skringrad at the moment. He seems kind of ruthless and cruel from an outside perspective, considering he tried to like take Arenthia. So I don't know. I don't trust him to treat the Bosmer very nicely. But we'll see. Scribing. Delve into the heart of magic itself with scribing. A unique system that allows you to customize your playstyle in new and exciting ways. Collect special skills and modify the effects and functionality to make them yours. With scribing, you truly have the freedom and power to play your way. Terrifying. This must be the hardest thing to balance. I can't believe they're actually doing this, but... Stryd River Fisherfolk. Don't mess with the fisherfolk of the Stryd River. They cut down pirates without remorse if bothered by them. That rugged garb they wear hides more than hooks, too. And you'll never see them coming if they don't want to be spotted. Like Clotilda and Mard. Eyebright Raven. The Ravens of Rivenspire are some of the smartest in all of Tamriel. Something about surviving in an inhospitable land, I think. This fine fellow has been my companion on many a long night in the study. Lady Felice Malay? Probably. Experience scrolls. Diamond. Okay. Diamond Anniversary Crate. Okay, so that's what this is. I was wondering what the theme of this was. Diamond Anniversary. Interesting. Westwheel the Theriker. We subdued this one and trained it a bit. Poor beast, fresh from the recollection grow pits. The what? Doesn't know what it is or where it came from. Maybe we'll take to you. Just mind the tale now. Foster Arius Legion member. The recollection? Skingrad Guard Mastiff. The training of one's canine is tantamount to the importance of military maneuvers. Neglecting a Legion canine weakens the entire unit. Like watering grapes in the field, proper care yields the fruit of loyalty. Legion Recruit Training Manual. They're like, you need to have a doggo on the field for motivational reasons. Skingrad Vedette Armor Pack. Nice. Ufsil's Tome of Legends. This... Oh boy, okay. I might need a moment with this one, let me see. Guild Archmage Usfild penned many tomes as she researched the origins of magic. One such, the Tome of Legends, may delight you with its accompanying illusions. Care to know more? Crack open the tome. This, I'm still confused about Ufsild. We will learn more in the future, I guess. But this is the portion of the DLC that I'm the most, as a lore guide, the most intimidated about. You know, like, I get people on the Reddit are like, oh, you know, freaking out about Ethelia and everything because they're casuals, but this is something that I'm a little bit more intimidated by in terms of the lore implications. You know, we'll see. It's mostly because, like, you know, making a claim about like being the first person to study magical origins and enchantment is a big claim, especially because you have Raven Dureni right there. And having a name like Ufsil makes me think that it might be a Nord, and that's an even bigger claim. Because having a Nord, like, be the first person to research, like, the inner workings of magic doesn't really work from a historical perspective very well. But the tome honestly looks Psijic. It makes me wonder if I don't know if that's just the sprite or what, but it does look Psijic, doesn't it? That is interesting. I wonder if Psijics are involved. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm curious. Make cheese! You mastered the art of making fine cheeses. Show off your inevitable skills. Sorry. Enviable skills by using the cheese press. Stomp grapes! After growing the appropriate grapes and harvesting them, vineyard workers must crush them and collect the resulting juice. Why not join these blessed folk in making glorious wine? Anytime I see anyone stomping grapes, I think of I Love Lucy. Because that was the first time I saw that. I was like, why are they stomping grapes? Because that's just what they do. Sommelier is... I don't know how to say this. Is your wine too cloudy? Nonsense. Has it gone bad? Give it a swirl and see. I'm cheesy. That's probably the first time I've been called cheesy. So these, I have all of these things because I got deluxe, right? So I got this now, and then I'm gonna be getting all these things when it drops. But if you buy the standard edition, you get these things, right? And these, I mean, this is basically just the same thing. It's just like telling you different portions of the DLC. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. That music, having the music just stop. I didn't touch the music box. I have just windowed out. The music box is still going. Don't worry. It's still going. Let's see here. Bethesda. I'm gonna put the reveal stream again really quick. Unmute.
Hello?
Oh, they've got Quincy's Tavern. Let's see. Okay, display. Alright, I just wanted to get back to this for a second. I'm assuming... I don't know if this will have the same issues. It might, but... let's get to the gameplay. Oh, you know what? Yeah, it stopped. Okay, so what we're going to do... We're going to shut off ESO. And then... open this. Do that. I like the ending of this one, though. This shot right here. I mean, like... So, yeah, I can't quite tell, because it's really... It's pretty hard to see. But that pillar on the right is being creeped on by some kind of, like, vine, and I can't tell if it's just plant life, or if it's, like, one of her, like, glass mirror vines or something. But you can see it grabbing, reaching around and grabbing. Hold on. You get to see her logo, which I find very interesting. It also looks like her wings being up. I don't really know, like, where else you see this, though, because it doesn't look like the one that's on her face. I don't know. And we have frozen again. Cool. Hello. Hello. Come on. Come back to me. Play. You're buffered. It says so right here. You have the video to play. It's not gonna. Come on. Alright, we're gonna do a Hail Mary here. Alright, I have just removed all Twitch. Sorry, all Chrome. This is what you say to lure small ones out of places you can't reach. I don't know what that means. So I don't know if she's like clueless at this point. She guys, I don't know if she's like, I don't know if she knows who she is, or she seems pretty happy. I want to get to, here we are. This is what I'm looking for. This portion.
The dense, humid forests of neighboring Valenwood seem to have taken over a significant portion of the Westweald practically overnight. This consumption of traditional Colovian territory is cause of some concern for the Imperials, as you might imagine.
So I'm looking at this with a new eye, assuming that this forest was potentially related to Athelia, and therefore just kind of like showed back up when she showed back up. And like no one was ready for it.
Even more alarming is the Wildburn, a volatile area that separates the Dawnwood from the Colovian Highlands and Gold Road.
Now, I don't really know what this is.
Comprised of sickened, magically twisted land and even more volatile beasts.
I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what the Wildburn could be.
While the land itself is changing, it is also under attack from a host of new, unfamiliar foes. Daedra, never before seen in the Elder Scrolls.
Now, see, we've it's funny how he says never before seen, because like you know, these things apparently show up in Infinite Archive. I saw a screenshot. So like obviously Thoat's connected in some way. Not entirely sure how. I guess she's probably just the first of many of these to show up. But forestation, fighting against deforestation. Well, it's like it almost seems like it's a it's like a what am I thinking of? What am I thinking of? It's like stopping something from growing too far. It's like there's something that's like not wanting it to get further. You know? I guess. It's like, okay, the forest is here and it's like it can't go any further because it's got like this magical border to it that is not, you know, it's a border that is basically not allowing anything past. But I don't know what could be causing that. But it's like also covered in Daedra. So, I don't know.
Scrolls roam the countryside, including Shardborn and aspects of Athalia that herald from the realm known as Mirrormore.
I'm guessing those guys are Shardborn?
If all that wasn't enough, the Wildburn has taken to magically corrupting the indigenous beasts of the land, resulting in danger around every turn. In the Westweald, we've created a beautiful world in flux, besieged by change itself. It's Imperials meet Wood Elves, meet Oblivion, and it's a world unlike anything we've created previously. We can't wait for you to explore it.
No way, hold on, back up.
Many highlights instantly recognize what zone they're in merely by looking around. Combining these ideas led us to paint the biomes in the bright colors of seasonal change. Highlights of orange, red, and yellow punctuate the Westweald, giving the entire region an autumnal feel. Classic Colovian architecture inspired many of the zone's structures. However, the Colovian...
Yeah, the Skingrad flag has been given an upgrade, or I guess technically, like in the future, it takes a downgrade because it just looks way better here. You know, it's got the crescent shapes, which again, Athalia is associated with crescents, but I don't know if that's relevant. But it's got what looks like a sword through it. It's got those kind of like leaf designs.
Imperials of the Westweald
it's still
are
red.
wealthy and cosmopolitan, so the art team imbued some high-end motifs and designs throughout. Although this, of course, changes the further from Westweald.
Yeah, they really do like their crescents, don't they? I just noticed that.
So the art team imbued some high-end motifs and designs throughout.
You know, like you see how the crescent there on the house. I don't know if that's relevant. I'll just file that away for later.
Although this, of course, changes the further from Skingrad you travel. As you explore the zone's rolling hills, rocky crags, bustling vineyards, you'll encounter many Ayleid ruins of various sizes and shapes, and have an opportunity to delve deeper into this.
Okay, so like, this is what I'm looking forward to the most. I'm a big Ayleid fan.
An opportunity to delve deeper into this part of Tamriel's ancient history.
Yeah, there are torch bugs though, but
we got to have a little fun here as we consider these Ayleid ruins less spoiled than other similar locations you may already have visited. As a result, there are structures and architectural pieces of Ayleid culture you've never seen before. Speaking of things you've never seen before, the dense, humid forests of neighboring...
So we're just kind of back to this. Then we get the... I think this is probably the most important section. The most interesting, with the coolest game. I'm always looking for like any snippets of information we can extrapolate from anything. There's the castle right up there.
So this of course changes the further from Skingrad you travel. As you explore
Yellow.
the zone's rolling hills, rocky crags, bustling vineyards, you'll encounter...
There's a lot of winemaking. I wonder when the next time they're going to drop a Meet the Character is. I could assume they're probably going to do a Meet the Character for the Count. They might do a Meet the Character for the Count. They might do a Meet the Character for this Centurion lady. I forget what her name is. I don't really know. I mean, like, it doesn't sound like they're... Baragon's there, but it doesn't sound like they're going to do a new Bossberg character that's going to be important. I don't know. Whereas I'm not a fan of... At least I'm assuming this is an old Aelid brick. I don't know. But I'm not a fan of destroying ancient architecture. It is pretty funny to see this interaction. Where he's just kind of like... Yeet! And he gives him this look. It's just so good. I don't know. It's so funny to see these three that were like actively, like these two were killing each other. Like literally this Nord, he killed this guy. You know, the Nord killed this Breton. You know, like 10 years ago, I guess. 10 years ago from our perspective. It probably hasn't been that long from theirs. But he killed him. And like, he was like a necromancer or whatever, so he didn't actually like die. He persisted. And then he came back, and now look at them. I mean, like they actively just hated each other, and then just look at this interaction. It's just not fair. It's just not fair how he's just like avoiding all of her magic. Kind of think that, I don't know, it might be related to Meridia or someone that had to imprison her, and it's like a key of some kind, and it just kind of uses her motif because it's related to her. I don't know. I mean, it is golden magic. But you can see the big like monoliths are tipped over, and they're tipped outward because of the explosion. And now they're getting up. And honestly, Tormsar has this face of like, okay, why am I here? Like, is this good? Is this good news or bad news? And he's like, I'm just gonna leave. And he does. And so now they're stuck in Miramor, which sucks, really. And again, I can't really. None of this is really Daedric. I mean, it looks Daedric, obviously, but like in terms of Daedric language, there's nothing to translate here. But it certainly looks Daedric to me. It's got that vibe. It looks like. I don't know if we're going to be getting more than. I mean, like this could just be the only cinematic we get this year. It's kind of sad. But we only got one cinematic last year, so this could be it. I don't know what this means for the heroes. What does this mean for our 3 heroes? But like, see, they point this at the ruins. Like, they are the good guys. and then it glows. It's like we're going there, specifically, all of us. Honestly, these ruins right here, they do look a little bit odd. Beginning of the cinematic, like very, very beginning. Which I don't really cover enough, I guess. Hold on. I might just end. I'm gonna see if that ended up making another VOD. It doesn't look like it did. But I might just end soon. Because that was pretty bad. I don't want it to make it... In fact, it might have made a VOD. It just didn't publish it. I needed to check. Hold on. You're back. Video producer. That's not good. Yeah, I think it did. It might, no, I'm not sure. But it's being pretty slow, isn't it? I at least want to cover the first part of the stream here, or of the cinematic. It literally begins with this, right? And it's just kind of like, is this her beginning to break? Is she like, she's just kind of standing here? Is this her beginning to break free? Because honestly, it looks like she doesn't like this, right? It's like this golden magic is chaining her up. You know, it looks like this is not great for her, and then she breaks out, or she explodes. Honestly, like I think it might be like she just completely explodes, like she's in pieces, like she's a mirror that's just shattered, like the gold has shattered her, right? And then Torvasard ends up putting her back together. If that's the case, then I'm not completely ruling Meridia out. I'm just gonna say it. I know I've said it over and over and over, but like, let's okay. So let's say at the beginning, that's when she was like forgotten. It's when she exploded just then, and now this is when she's being brought back. You have like the essence of Meridia in the waters. And then it's being, like, undone. Like, she's got her chains. Meridia's trying to hold her still. Right? She's still being held. She's still being held. Until eventually... just no more of that. It might be. It might be. But it's like I don't... No, they didn't say anything about Meridia being involved anywhere at all. And all we really know is that, you know, Mora made everyone forget. It didn't sound like Meridia was involved. He just kind of was like, I'm going to make everyone forget about you. But, I don't know. We're definitely going to end up learning more about this staff thing. And potentially what might be that portal thing as time goes on. But the fact they use like a bright gold is interesting. He does look pretty upset, though. He's like, where is she? I think this is just kind of a way to say, like, that she doesn't care about him, really. I don't know. That'd be so rude. Honestly, right now I'd be freaking out. Like, I would be properly freaking out. Because because this may be Miramore, or this may be, like, just be somewhere where she was imprisoned, I don't know. But either way, it's like, you know, you're trapped in a realm of oblivion. It's like, how are you going to get out? I don't know, I don't know if anyone knows a way out, it would be her. You know, because she's the more magically inclined, I think. But I would be freaking out. Because it's like, imagine being in prison somewhere where a Daedric prince was in prison. If she can't break out, how can you? So. And this clip right here, this is just I think probably my favorite. Everybody, she's just, like, she's like, oh, look at everything around here. I mean, like, I don't even know. Maybe the city wasn't even here when she was last around. Who knows? But, there's something kind of almost innocent about it. Like, I don't know, I kind of want them to go with I kind of want them to do a vibe of her just kind of being, what if she's like a nuclear bomb that, you know, doesn't want to be a nuclear bomb? I kind of hope they're doing that with her, where she's like, she's a Daedric prince of can ruin everything, but like, what if it sounds like she just hasn't done anything. So what if she's just like innocent, naive, in awe of everything around her, but also just incredibly dangerous, you know? I kind of want them to do that. That's kind of why I think they gave her more of a relatable feel. You know, she just looks like a person. You know, she's just kind of, she doesn't have that scary look. She looks more like someone that you can empathize with. So they might be going that direction with her, but I don't know. I'm still confused about what this jungle has to do with her, what the vines have to do with her. But just more questions. Just more questions. I don't know why the internet blacked out there. Do you guys know? Let's see. It was having a hard time at 226. Did it constantly break in and out? I wonder if I should just end the stream now. Maybe I should, before the internet breaks again. I don't know. I'm gonna have to bring my windows back because I had to drop them all. Come on. Okay. We're good? Yes. Alright, so if I can find someone, let's do I choose Peachysaurus. Let's see, doing some no death speedruns. Okay. Let's see. Thank you guys so much for being here, by the way. Crap, I forgot to put with family earlier. Dang it, I gotta edit that. I'll probably be live at like 9 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. Rather today. It's Saturday. And let's see, we're probably gonna do Baldur's Gate. I can see myself doing Overwatch or Infinite, and obviously ESO at the very beginning. Probably gonna do some dungeons. Sunday, I can see myself being live, I don't know, 7 p.m. Central Time. I've got something to do, but I see myself being back by 8 p.m. So that'll just be kind of normal. I'm going to send you guys to PG Source. Thank you for being here. Give me a moment to get that set up. Okay. Alright. Thank you for watching. Bye. Wrong card. There we go.